I will reiterate the subject matter, and we'll get straight to it. But right now, our brother Yamin will read Psalms 50 and Psalms 135 for us all. While the brother is reading these Psalms, please get yourself a pen and a piece of paper and a holy scripture that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today on this subject matter, which is called the words of the covenant of the law. You got the floor, my brother.
Shalom. We would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 50, please. That is Psalm 50. It reads, the mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, hath spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Elohim hath shined. Our Elohim shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness, for Elohim is judge himself, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Elohim, even thy Elohim. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices, or for thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto Elohim thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High. And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked Elohim said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing that thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thy own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself, but I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I shew the salvation of Elohim. Hallelujah! I would like everyone to turn to to Psalms 135, please, as my brother stated. That is Psalms 135. He reads, Hallelujah, hallelujah, the name of Yahweh. Praise him, O ye saints of Yahweh. Ye that stand in the house of Yahweh, in the courts of the house of our Elohim. Hallelujah, for Yahweh is good. Sing praises unto his name, for it is pleasant. For Yahweh hath chosen Yaakov unto himself, and Israel for his particular treasure. For I know that Yahweh is great, and that our Yahweh is above all Elohims, or deities. Whatsoever Yahweh pleases, that did he in heaven, and in earth, in the sea, and all deep places. He causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He maketh lightnings for the rain. He bringeth the wind out of his treasuries. Who smote the firstborn of Egypt, both man and beast? Who sent tokens and wonders into the midst of thee, O Egypt, upon Pharaoh and upon all his servants? Who smote great nations and slew mighty kings? Sihon, the king of the Amorites, and Og, king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan, and gave their land for a heritage, and heritage unto Israel, his people. Thy name, O Yahweh, endureth forever, and thy memorial, O Yahweh, throughout all generations. For Yahweh will judge his people, and he will repent himself concerning his servants. The idols of the heathen are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Neither is there any breath in their mouths. They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusteth in them. Bless Yahweh, O house of Israel. Bless Yahweh, O house of Aharon. Bless Yahweh, O house of Levi. Ye that fear Yahweh, bless Yahweh. Blessed be Yahweh out of Zion, which dwelleth at Jerusalem. Hallelujah! 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 Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called The Words of the Covenant of the Law. And this presentation, as all of our presentations, are to make a distinction between what Yahweh has said and are teaching and doing this day. Before we get into the presentation, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein by saying hallelujah. And also, I would like to say these words as I pray each and every week before we give a presentation, that Yahweh let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in his sight. O Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. that Israel may hear and fear and depart from evil. Today, as we stated, the presentation will be called The Words of the Covenant of the Law. And we're going to use this day and time to declare all that Yahweh said to the Israelites concerning the covenant of the law. And in our search today, I would like for each and every one of you to compare the words that we read today with the words that has been taught to you and I. That way we can make a distinction. That way we can make a difference and understand what Yahweh has said and understand what Yahweh have done. We will go ahead and start this great presentation. As I normally do, I love to take the listening audience to the Book of Wisdom, because that is one of the things that we must use today to get understanding and to have the fear of Yahweh and to depart from evil. So I love to take the listening audience to the Book of Wisdom. So let us please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 2nd chapter. Proverbs, the 2nd chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 2nd chapter, and please get yourself a pen and a piece of paper and your Holy Scriptures out, where you can jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today on this great subject matter, which is called the words of the covenant of the law. Many people teach that you're supposed to do the law regardless. There is a saying in Isaiah, the 59th chapter, the 1st and 2nd verse, and it speaks about Yahweh's hand not being short, nor is his ear heavy, that he cannot hear. But your iniquities is what separates you from him. So it allows us to know that the iniquities of the Israelites separated themselves from the Creator, to where they was not a recipient of the reward for obeying all that Yahweh has said. Thus, we will start in Proverbs, the 2nd chapter, for it tells us in the very first verse, "My son, if thou wilt receive my words and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thy ear into wisdom, and apply thy heart to understanding. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge, and liftest up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver, and searchest for her as for hid treasures, then, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun." Thus it reads, "Then shall thou understand the fear of Yahweh, and find the knowledge of Elohim. For Yahweh give wisdom. Out of his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. He lays up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a butler to them that walk uprightly. He keeps the paths of judgment and preserve the way of his saints. Then shall thy understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. When wisdom enter into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant into thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee, to deliver thee from the way of evil men and their teachings, from the men that speak forward things, and anything other than what Yahweh has said is forward, who leave the paths of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness. And we prove these things each and every week by way of law and testimony. That is the light that we use to walk out of darkness. The 14th verse reads, who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked, and they forward in their paths, to deliver thee from the strange woman, even from the stranger which flatters with her words, which forsake, please take note, which forsake the guide of her youth, and forget the covenant of her Elohim. For her house inclined into death, and her paths into the dead. None that go into her return again, neither take they hold of the paths of life, that thou mayest walk in the way of good men, and keep the paths of the righteous. For the upright shall dwell in the land of promise, and the perfect shall remain in it. But the wicked, those that disregard, those that are whore, those that rebel, those that are disobedient against the word, it says, but the wicked shall be cut off from the earth, and transgressors shall be rooted out of it. And these words came to fruition to these same people that Yahweh have chosen, to these same people that Yahweh gave all his words to. These words came to fruition because the wicked was cut off out of that earth or that land, and the transgressors was rooted out of it. And what was they rooted out of? They were rooted out of the land of promise that came by way of a covenant. The scripture tells us, which we will read again, but I just want to go ahead and say it, kind of jump the gun a little bit. The scripture tells us in Psalms 105, which we will read again, but it tells us in Psalms 105, in the 9th verse, in the 10th verse, it reads, which covenant he made with Abraham, and his oath unto Isaac. And please take note of the 10th verse, for it reads, and confirmed the same unto Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant. And what did that covenant consist of? The 11th verse tells us, say, unto thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. And that same lot is all of your dwellings. So it allows us to know that Yahweh remembered his covenant forever, the words which he commanded to 1,000 generations, which covenant he made with Abraham, and his oath into Isaac, and confirmed the same into Jacob for a law. Thus Israel was to keep this law in the land of this oath and in the land of this promise. And that land was none other than the land of Canaan. It was never wherever you find yourself, nor was it ever wherever you are at. But the Almighty is speaking about a particular covenant, a particular geographical location, and particular laws, statutes, and judgments that must be done in that great land. And that great land was the glory of all lands. So the words of the law was to be done in this great land. So now let's see the words of that covenant. Let us please turn our scriptures to Exodus. Before I go to Exodus, I need to warn you with one more place in Proverbs, and that is the 3rd chapter, which we all should know because your brother takes you there just about every time. But I need to be redundant with these words, and I need to say them again. So before we go into the book of Exodus, where we will find the words of the covenant, let us be warned one more time by the words that are found in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the 1st verse to the 7th verse. For it reads in Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the very 1st verse, My son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days, and please take note of the rewards. For we just read in the 2nd chapter the rewards of wisdom, and we're reading in the 3rd chapter the rewards of wisdom and the rewards for keeping the law. For there is truly a reward. But we have people today teaching that they're under the law, that they've been under the law for 20 and 30 and 40 years, and they have nothing to prove that that's so. They are never a recipient of the rewards. The rewards denote longevity. The rewards denote protection. The rewards denote not having any of the diseases upon you. All these things denotes the rewards. But we have many people confessing that they're under the law, but they are never under the rewards. We got people saying Shabbat Shalom every day, but the sign, which is truly a reward, is never among them. Thus it tells us again in the 2nd verse, for length of days and long life, not early life, not early death, but long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shalt thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. And this favor is truly a great reward. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart. And to do so, you're going to have to regurgitate what you have received from man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not upon thy own understanding. In all thy ways, even in the way of us understanding the words of the covenant of the law, it reads, and in all thy ways acknowledge him, that which is written, and he alone shall direct thy path. Be not wise, brothers and sisters, in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Exodus, the 19th chapter. Exodus, the 19th chapter. And if you can't keep up with your brother, please jot down these chapters and verses. That way you will have them, and you can always go back and reread them. Because, as I stated, we got a lot to bring forth today, and you might not keep up with your brother, but you will have them, all the notes that you need, if you just write them down as I go. Right now, you should have Exodus, the 19th chapter, wrote down. And I'm going to pick up at the 3rd verse of Exodus, the 19th chapter. And I'm going to read to the 18th verse. And it reads, Exodus 19:3. And Moses went up into Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians. And please take note of what's being said, because this is where your obedience comes from. This is where your fear comes from, once you have heard and seen what Yahweh has said and done. It says, again in the 4th verse, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle wings, and brought you into myself. Now, therefore, note the condition. Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a particular treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. As our brother read in Psalms 50. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and an holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words, which Yahweh commanded him. And note the 8th verse. For those that teach that the law was too hard, or for those that teach that it was too many laws, it says, and all the people answered together and said, all that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people into Yahweh, and told Yahweh what the people said, all that you say, they will do. The 9th verse reads, and Yahweh said unto Moses, lo, I come into thee in a thick cloud. Look how Moses is getting the wisdom. Look how Moses is getting the word. Moses is not getting the word where everybody can hear it at the same time, but he's getting it in a thick cloud. But it tells us that the people may hear when I speak with thee and believe thee forever. So it lets us know that these words don't change. If the Almighty say he that defiled the Sabbath day should die, and he said that in 1400 BC, and you find yourself in the enemy's land 2022, saying that, well, Yahweh is the one going to do the punishment, you have just altered the word of Yah. And it allows us to know that you didn't hear one word that Yahweh told Moses to tell the Israelites. Because Yahweh changes not. Thus it tells us, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, go into the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touch the mount shall be surely put to death. There shall not an hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through, whether it be beast or man. It shall not live. When the trumpet sound long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sacrificed the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Come not at your wives. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceedingly loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim, and they stood at the neither part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it, and fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked quickly or greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and waxed it louder and louder, Moses spake, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mountain. And Yahweh called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. And when Moses went up, it tells us, according to the 20th chapter of Exodus, if we pick up at the first verse. And it reads, and Elohim speaked all these words. And this denotes the oral law. Many people talk about where it was an oral law before it was a written law, and that is true. And we are about to read and see the oral law being done. After these things, the Almighty called Moses up, and he wrote them on a table of stone with his own fingers. But before anything was wrote down, as we see with our eyes today, there was an oral law given, and it was found in Exodus, the 20th chapter. For it reads again in the very first verse, and Elohim speak orally all these words, saying, I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. And please take note of who these words are being told to, who are the recipient of these great words of the covenant, of the law. And we find that there was a bunch of free Israelites, a bunch of Israelites that was just saved and redeemed from Egypt. Thus it tells them, again in the second verse, I am Yahweh thy Elohim, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thy, who is thy? Those that are free, entering under the covenant of the law. It tells them, thy shall have no other gods before me. Thy shall not make into thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. The 5th verse reads, Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh, thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquities, and please take note, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, and to the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me. And I hope that y'all circle that verse, because many of our brothers and sisters are hanging on the words that are found in Leviticus 26, the 40th to the 42nd verse, where it talks about the father's iniquities, or confessing your father's iniquities and confessing your iniquities. And they are teaching tradition and religion today with those verses, and are telling you and I that we are to confess our father's iniquities and ours. Well, even here, the Almighty allows us to know that he is speaking about the iniquities of the fathers upon the children and to the 3rd and 4th generation. Not forever, not 1,000 generations later, but the 3rd and 4th generation. If that's not so, you must tear the 5th verse out, because today we are going to adhere to every word. Just like the Israelites said that they was going to agree to every word, well, today in this presentation, by us fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, we're going to agree to every word. And we just read where the Almighty said that he is a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Those that hated him is those that was considered as the covenant breakers, those that was disobedient, those that was rebellious against his word. The 6th verse reads, and showing mercy and to thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy Elohim in vain, which denotes the 3rd command. For Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. The 4th commandment reads, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rest the 7th day. Wherefore, the reason why Yahweh. Can y'all still hear me? I just heard something in my ear dealing with the recording. I want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me, Mildred? It says, honor. The 5th command is honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land. And note, it says, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land, not upon the earth, but on this particular land of promise, which Yahweh thy Elohim gives thee. We got people today saying, well, I honor my mother and I honor my father. But your days are not prolonged, because this covenant consists of a particular geographical location, and it consists of a particular people. And these people was free Israelites under the covenant of the law. The 6th command reads, thou shalt not murder. Many of your scriptures have a weaker translation that says thou should not kill. The true definition or the true interpretation is kill, or murder, should I have said, taking the life of an innocent person. Thou shalt not murder. The 7th command, thou shalt not commit adultery. The 8th command, thou shalt not steal. The 9th command, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And the 10th command is, in the 17th verse, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor. The 18th verse tells us, and all those people, it reads, and all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, to test you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near into the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thy ox, in all places where I record my name. I will come into thee, and I will bless thee. The Almighty name is not recorded in America nor abroad. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it on heaved stone, or if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall thou go up by steps into my altar, and thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. And the older versions of the scriptures, the law is found in Exodus 20, verse 1 through 17, which will denote the 10th commandment in the 17th verse. And then it goes straight to Exodus, the 21st chapter, as we will, and it reads in the very first verse. And please take note of the words, for it will allow you to know that the Israelite covenant of the law consists of commandments, statutes, and judgments. Thus it tells us in Exodus 21, the very first verse, and it reads, Now these are the judgments. This is the very next thing that was said. And it is continuing, should I say it, from Exodus 20. The next thing that was said after the 17th verse was Exodus, the 21st verse, or the 21st chapter, the first verse. And it reads again, Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. And these judgments denotes the words of the covenant of the law, just like the 10 commandments denotes the words of the covenant of the law. The 10 commandments is known as the basis of all of the words of the law. Thus, it tells us in the second verse of the 21st chapter of Exodus, If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. And these are the laws and an authoritative rule of conduct. This is the spiritual agreement that Yahweh has made between himself and man. Well, you notice these same words do not apply where you are at today, especially dealing with the history of our first 200 years here. If a husband was able to be freed, many times his wife and children was not, because they are not under the covenant of the law. They are under their own laws that they have made up to govern themselves in their own land. Well, these laws was not made up, but these laws was given to a chosen people to govern themselves in the land of promise, in the land of oath. And as we read in Psalms 105, they were confirmed into a law to Jacob that they should be done, that these laws should be done in the land of promise. Thus, it tells us again in the 3rd verse, if he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her child, or the wife and her children, shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him into the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or into the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the man's servants do. If she please not her master, who have betrothed her to himself, engaged her and to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her into a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he have dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her into his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three into her, then shall she go out free without money. This is the law and the judgments dealing with the treatments of servants. And then it goes in dealing with the laws against violence. The 12th verse tells us, he that smite a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. This is the law. This is the statutes. These are the judgments that is known as the words of the covenant of the law. The 13th verse reads, and if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor and slay him with gall, thou shalt take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smite his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steal a man, like slavery, and sell him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. Look at the words of the covenant of the law. The 17th verse reads, he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keep his bed, if he rises again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quitted. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Avenged is another translation. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money or his property. If man strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, and stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant tooth or his maidservant tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quitted. But if the ox was wroth or wont to push with his horns in time past, and it had been testified to his owner, and he have not kept him in, but that he have killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. Please take note of the words of the covenant of the law. If there be laid upon him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter. According to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it. And the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if he be known, or if it be known, that the ox have used to push in time past, and his owner have not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. It continued dealing with the words of the covenant of the law in the 22nd chapter. And it starts off dealing with the laws about restitution, repayment. And it tells us in Exodus, the 22nd chapter, the very first verse, the words of the covenant of the law. And we find in the very first verse, if a man shall sell an ox or a sheep and kill it, or sell it, let me reread that. It says, if a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten, that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the thief be certainly found in his hand, or the theft be certainly found in his hand, alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver into his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought into the judges, to see whether he have put his hand into his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, whom the judges shall condemn. He shall pay double into his neighbor. If a man deliver into his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast to keep, and it die, or be burnt, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seen it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both, that he have not put his hand into his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be an higher thing, it came for his hire. And then it speaks more about laws of human relations. And it tells us in the 16th verse of the 22nd chapter of Exodus, and if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, engaged, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. Please take note of the words of the covenant of the law. If her father utterly refuse to give her and to him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Please take note of the words of the covenant of the law, because today we have many brothers and sisters saying they're under the law. But we also have many brothers and sisters saying that they are witches and that they practice witchcraft. But we notice the law is not being executed by the so-called law keepers of the Israelites. They see the same things I see on social media. We got women and men professing that they are witches. But if they were under the law, they will not be allowed, the Israelite would not be allowed to suffer them to live. Just like it says about the Sabbath. He that defile the Sabbath day should die. But we have many people that say they under the law that suffer them to live. And the only reason they are suffering them to live is because they know that they are not under the covenant of the law, and they know that they cannot execute the judgments thereof. As we are reading that Yahweh commanded the free Israelites to do all. Thus, it tells us in the 19th verse of the 22nd chapter of Exodus, whosoever lie with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifice unto any god, save Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child, And many times we find ourselves afflicting the widow and the fatherless child by way of tithes. The scripture says the tithes were supposed to go to the Levites, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that was within thy gates. Well, today, the widows and the fatherless are being oppressed by them paying tithes, by the teachers collecting tithes from the fatherless and the widow. But if they were truly under the covenant of the law, if they were truly under the words of the covenant of the law, it tells us again in the 22nd verse, ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If thou afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword. And your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. Did you get that? It tells us, if thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to him as an usurer, neither shall thou lay upon him usury. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to plague, thou shalt deliver it into him by that the sun goes down. For that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. And please, as I read these many judgments and statutes and laws, if I read any of them that you truly don't understand, please write it down in your comment section of your notes. That way you will have them to make a comment on at the end of the presentation, or you will have them to question me on. It tells us in the 28th verse of the 22nd chapter of Exodus, thou shalt not reveal the gods, nor curse the ruler of thy people. And let me explain and tell you what this word God means in the 28th chapter. Because we have rumors going around that there is more than one God. There is more than one creator. Well, Yahweh said he is the only God. And the way you compare him to everyone else is he is the only one that made the heaven and earth. And once you understand that he is the only one that made the heaven and earth, there is no comparison. So this God we find in the 28th verse in small letters, it only denotes a prince. It denotes a judge. The Almighty told us that he destroyed Pharaoh in Egypt. And it also say they gods. Well, when you read the testimonies of what Yahweh did for Israel when he brought them out of Egypt, a God is never mentioned. The only thing mentioned is the people. And it is the people, or the prince of those people, or the judges of those people that is known as gods. Because they supposed to represent, the leader supposed to represent the Elohimly ways that was made known way back in Genesis 9. So when you're dealing with gods, it's only speaking about judges. Same way in Psalms 82. When it talk about the gods, it's talking about his people, the rulers of his people. So I just wanted to throw that in because we got rumors that there are many gods, and I just read in the 28th verse of the 22nd chapter of Exodus, "Thou shalt not revile the gods, nor curse the rulers of thy people." This God denotes the judges, the princes of our people. When you read in the book of Exodus, I think it's found in Exodus, the 12th chapter. It should be Exodus 12 and 12. When you read the 12th verse of Exodus 12, you will find where it speaks about their gods. When you look up the word God, it does not denote a divine being. It denotes a judge. The 29th verse reads, "Thou shalt not delay to offer the fruit of thy ripe fruits and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shall thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thy oxen and with thy sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam, the mama. On the 8th day thou shalt give it me. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs." The 23rd chapter of Exodus continue with the words of the covenant of the law, and it reads, "Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thy hand with the wicked, to be an unrighteous witness." Please take note of the words of the covenant of the law. "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many, to wrest judgment." Rest, W-R-E-S-T, means to twist. It means to alter. It means to pervert. It means to add. It means to take away from this judgment. "Neither shall thy conscience a poor man in his cause. If thou meet thy enemy ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. If thou see the ass of him that hate thee lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. Thou shalt not wrest, twist, alter, pervert the judgment of thy poor in his cause. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thy not. For I will not justify the wicked. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blind the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. And please take note of that 9th verse, because many people have been taught that we were not strangers in Egypt, that everybody knows Joseph, so we can't be strangers in Egypt. Well, the Almighty speak over all of your thoughts, and he lets you know by his word. For it reads again in the 9th verse, also thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. It's not your brother saying this. This is your brother quoting what Yahweh has said in the words of the covenant. It tells us in the 10th verse, in 6 days, in 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest, and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyards and with thy olive yards. 6 days thou shalt do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thy ox and thy ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And all things that I have said unto you, dealing with this covenant, these words of the covenant of the law, it reads, and in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. The words of the covenant of the law continue with the 3 festivals that was to be done each year, and it tells us in the 14th verse, 3 times thou shalt keep, 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month Abib, for in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, in the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain into the morning. The first of thy first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not seize or boil a kid in his mother's milk. And then the words of the covenant of the law continue, speaking about Elohim's angel. It tells us in the 20th verse, behold, I will send an angel before thee, to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions. For my name is in him. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy into thy enemies, and an adversary into thy adversaries. And my angel shall go before thee, and shall bring thee into the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images, and ye shall serve Yahweh your Elohim, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, the rewards, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days, please take note, I will fulfill. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come. And I will make all thy enemies turn their backs into thee. And I will send hornets before thee, which shall drive out the Hivites, the Canaanites, the Hittites from before thee. I will not drive them out from before thee in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against thee. By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, until thou be increased and inherit the land. And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea even into the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert into the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and thou shalt drive them out before thee. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in thy land, lest thou make thee sin against me. For if thou serve their gods, it will surely be a snare into thee. So we just read, according to Exodus 20th chapter to Exodus the 23rd chapter, the words of the covenant of the law. And we find in the very next chapter, which is the 24th chapter, that Israel agreed to these words as being the words of the covenant of the law. Thus it reads in Exodus the 24th chapter, the very first verse, and it reads, And he said unto Moses, Come up into Yahweh, thou and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near Yahweh. But they, Abihu, Nadab, and Aaron, shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh. All that we just read is what Moses told the people. And you say, well, how you know that? It reads again in the 3rd verse, and Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice. We just read in Exodus 21, the very first verse. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. So what they are agreeing to is the 10 Commandments in the 21st chapter, the 22nd chapter, and the 23rd chapter. As it reads again in the 3rd verse, and Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh, not just 10 commandments, but all the words of Yahweh and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words which Yahweh has said will we do. And Moses wrote all the words of Yahweh and rose up early in the morning and built an altar under the hill and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahweh. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant and read in the audience of the people. And they said, as we just read, and they said, all that Yahweh has said we will do, and be obedient. And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people. Our brother read in Psalms 50, all those that made a sacrifice by blood or sacrifice into Yahweh. This is the sacrifice that it is speaking about in Psalm 50, about this same covenant. Thus it reads again, and Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahweh has made with you concerning 10 words? Absolutely not. Concerning all these words. Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and they saw the Elohim of Israel, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim and did eat and drink. And then it tells us, and Yahweh said unto Moses, come up to me into the mount. Please take note that these words were spoken orally first. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give thee tables of stone, and a law and commandments which I have written, that thou may teach them. And Moses rose up in his minister Joshua, and Moses went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, tarry ye here for us until we come again into you. And behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come into them. And Moses went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount, and the glory of Yahweh abroad upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moses out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like the devouring fire on the top of the mountain in the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moses went into the midst of the cloud and got him up into the mount. And Moses was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. So those are the words of the covenant. And it allows us to know what was said to the people, and it allows us to know the response of the people. And the response of the people was not, hey, it's 613 laws, or these words are too many, or what Yahweh said was too hard. But instead we read where the people agreed to do all. So we can do away with tradition about too many laws and all that. It was not too many laws for Israel to follow. For the laws that Yahweh gave them was representing the statutes of life. It was representing the relationship that Yahweh would have among his people. It was representing the rights thereof that they must practice in the promised land. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Leviticus, the 19th chapter, we will continue to confirm the words of the covenant of the law. For it tells us in the 19th chapter of Leviticus, and the law supposed to consist of the first 5 books. When we're dealing with the words of the covenant, it starts in Exodus, as we just displayed in the 20th chapter, all the way to the 23rd chapter, the 33rd verse, and then we have the 24th chapter to show that those things were signed by the Creator and the people, by them agreeing to do all that Yahweh has said. And he said, if you did, that you would not be sick, you would not, you will live long days, longevity will be extended to you. You will be in peace. Yahweh will be an adversary to your enemies. All these great rewards for you obeying all of the words of the covenant of the law. Well, in Leviticus, the 19th chapter, it tells us, dealing with the laws of holiness and justice, it tells us in the 19th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, these words. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, ye shall be holy, for I, Yahweh, your Elohim, am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. Turn ye not into idols, nor make to yourself molten images. And our brother Yamin read that psalm warning Israel about idols and molten gods, Psalms 135. In the 4th verse, it tells us again, turn ye not into idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto Yahweh, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it. And on the morrow, and if aught remain until the 3rd day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eat it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hollow thing of Yahweh. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field. And we read these things in the judgments. Neither shall thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyards, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am Yahweh, your Elohim. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shall thou profane the name of thy Elohim. I am Yahweh. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Pay that man. It says, thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but thou shalt fear thy Elohim. I am Yahweh. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. There is no respect of person with Yahweh. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am Yahweh. And there's a lot of talebearing going on. But if you were under the law, you would fear Yahweh, and you would not be a talebearer. The 17th verse reads, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon you. In many of today's translations of this 17th verse, it says, suffer sin upon him. But the real rendering is you, not him, you. So it should read, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise correct thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon you. And we can find testimony of those things in the book of Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter and the 18th chapter, that is talking about you and not him. It also tells us in the 18th verse, and that would be, well, the 19th verse is where I will read to and stop at the 19th verse. And it tells us in the 18th verse, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And the neighbor that is speaking about is thy people. But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yahweh. And let me say a little more on that, because a lot of people think the neighbor is the enemy or the stranger. Well, your brother teaches that this neighbor is none other than your people, your brothers and sisters, your uncles and nieces and nephews and aunts. That is your neighbor. And you say, well, how can you prove that, Brother Samuel? Well, one way you can easily prove it is you was going into a land to inherit for yourself. And all the people that was in that land or near that land, you were supposed to kill everything that breathed. The neighbors would have been the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites. But those people was ordered to be killed. So if you killed those that Yahweh commanded you to kill, who would have been among you? Who would have been your neighbors? No one but yourself. These laws are for Israel, how to live in the land of promise among their Creator. So again, Israel, your neighbors was of your own people, not a bunch of strangers. Thus, it tells us in the 19th verse. Well, let me finish the 18th verse. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. So it lets you know, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So it lets you know who it's talking about. Thy people is your neighbor. I am Yahweh. The 19th verse, the last verse that I will read. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed, neither shall a garment mingled of fine linen and woolen come upon thee. These are all words of the covenant of the law. It also tells us, if we look at the 26th chapter of Leviticus, the 26th chapter of Leviticus, for Yahweh changes not. There wasn't a bunch of new words that he was giving his people, and we're going to find that truth when we get into the book of Deuteronomy, because the book of Deuteronomy is just reiterating what Yahweh commanded the children of Israel 40 years before. But right now we should find ourselves in the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and we're going to read what denoted blessings if the children of Israel obeyed the words of the covenant of the law. Thus, we will start reading at Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the very first verse to the 13th verse, and it reads, Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land, to bow down into it. For I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And to obey every word, one was not to have a graven image, nor a standing image, set up any image of stone in your land. So for you doing it in another land, you just doing some dumb stuff, but you're not doing what Yahweh said, because Yahweh's concern is in your land, not wherever you are at, not in the enemy's land. It boldly says your land, and we were not to add nor take away. Every word of Elohim is pure. So if every word of Elohim is pure, when you read in your land, then that is pure. That's exactly what he means. You don't supposed to start leaning on your own understanding when it get to in your land. You're supposed to accept the words that Yahweh has said, to bow down into it, for I am Yahweh, your Elohim. The second verse reads, Ye shall keep my Sabbaths. Note, S is there, so it denotes all of the Sabbaths. And reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. If ye walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase. Not the world, but this particular land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield her fruit. And your thrustling shall reach into the vintage, and the vintage shall reach into the sowing time. And ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your own land safely. Please take note of where all of your dwellings is, in your own land. And I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will rid evil beasts out of the land, neither shall the sword go through your land. Well, when you teach that your land or your dwellings is wherever you at, you don't see nothing but the sword. Well, not so, according to the words of Yahweh, if you were in obedience. It tells us in the 6th verse, in the 7th verse, and they shall chase, and ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you. Not so today, but we got many people saying they under the covenant of the law, that they've been under the covenant of the law for 40 and 50 years, and they can't chase nobody but their brother and their sister. It tells us, again in the 9th verse, for I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old, because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people. And that is the great sign that is talked about in Exodus 31:13. And then it tells us in the 13th verse, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt. That's why he urges obedience. That's why he pleading for your obedience, because he deserves your obedience by saving you out of Egypt. It says again in the 13th verse, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be their bondsmen, as we are bondsmen and made service today. But not so if you were under the covenant of a law in your land, being Yahweh's servant. Thus it reads, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be their bondsmen, and I have broken the bands of thy yoke, and make you go upright. Make you go Yesaron, upright. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Deuteronomy, if we turn our books to the 5th book of the law, Deuteronomy, and Deuteronomy denotes the 40th year of the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. And we find in the 40th year that Yahweh changes not. Thus, it tells us in the book of Deuteronomy, if we turn to the 4th chapter, and pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, now therefore, again, Moses is urging obedience from the children of Israel. Thus it reads, now therefore hearken, O Israel, and to the statutes, and to the judgment, which you will find in the 21st chapter, the 22nd chapter, and the 23rd chapter of Exodus. It says, which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohim of your fathers give you. Ye shall not add into the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of Yahweh. So if you add, you can't keep the commandments. You're not keeping the commandments if you add. If you diminish aught, you are not keeping the commandments. You can't keep the commandments if you diminish aught from it. For it told us, as we are reading, that ye may keep the commandments of Yahweh, your Elohim, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Yahweh did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that follow Baal Peor, Yahweh thy Elohim have destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto Yahweh your Elohim are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, note, behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim commanded me, that ye should do so where? Wherever you at? How about in the enemy's land? It says that ye should do so in the land whether you go to possess it. And don't forget, the Almighty just told the Israelites not to add nor diminish. And we got people diminishing these words every day because they tell me that you're supposed to keep the law wherever you at. And if you ever say that to your brother, you have just diminished. Because according to the 5th verse, it reads again, Israel, behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh my Elohim commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whether you go to possess it. And that's exactly what your brother Samuel is doing today. He is teaching you the statutes, the judgments, and the laws that was taught to the Israelites that they were supposed to do in the land that they possess. I'm not teaching you to do these things here. I'm teaching you to do these things in the land that was promised to our fathers. The 6th verse reads, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom, and as we teach, it is truly wisdom to know where Yahweh commanded everything to be done. And one might say, well, what's so wise about that? Well, listen to the rumors of the people that tell you you can do it wherever you at. Look at the lack of wisdom that they possess. The Almighty telling us where everything is to be done. And the 6th verse says, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom. It is truly wisdom and understanding to know where the Israelites was to do all. A lot of people don't know that. got to do is listen to your brothers and sisters. All you got to do is listen to your Marays and your Kohans and your elders, and you will find that a lot of people don't have wisdom nor understanding. Let's read that 6th verse of the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy one more time. It says, keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations. Note, we shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation, not a bunch of scattered people, but this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great who have Yahweh so nigh into them, as Yahweh our Elohim is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that have statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, the same law we just read and continue to read about, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest I forget the things which thy eyes have seen, and lest I depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them, as we do each and every other week, them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stood before Yahweh thy Elohim in Horeb, when Yahweh said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And a lot of us have done a very bad job of teaching our children, because we have taught our children what man has said and not what is written in this book. The 11th verse reads, and ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burnt with fire into the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And Yahweh speaked unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Only they heard a voice. And he declared, please take note, we ain't taking nothing out of context. It says, and he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments. Not just 10 commandments. It says even 10 commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tables of stone. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, which you find in Exodus 21, 22, and 23. It says, and Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them wherever you at. It reads, in the land whether ye go over to possess it. Anybody add to that, anybody take away from that, is totally disobedient. And they lack fear, and they lack understanding. Anybody add to that. It also tells us in the 23rd verse of this same chapter, and it reads, take heed into yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of Yahweh your Elohim, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which Yahweh thy Elohim hath forbid thee. It also tells us, why we in the 5th book of the law, if we take a look at the very next chapter, Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. And as your brother have taught over and over again, this is a reiteration of what was said in Genesis 20 and 21. It allows us to know that Yahweh told Israel more than 10 commandments. We just read it, but a lot of people don't understand the wisdom of their brother, and they might say, well, that was a whole nother chapter. Well, it's just a whole nother chapter as the scripture is complied, how it is put together. But it denotes all that Yahweh said to them that day, or at least to them during the period of him teaching the words of the covenant of the law. Deuteronomy reiterates that. Deuteronomy testifies that. Thus, your brother got you in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. Let's start at the very first verse. And it reads, And Moses called all Israel, and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and what? So the very first verse denotes what was said way back when, 40 years ago, at Mount Sinai. It reads again, And Moses called all Israel, and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ear this day, that ye may learn them and keep and do them. Yahweh changes not. He ain't talking about some new laws and statutes and judgments. Yahweh, our Elohim, made a covenant with us in Horeb. Yahweh made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. And that's why I started the words of the covenant of the law in Exodus and not in Genesis, because the Almighty made not this covenant with our fathers, but with our father's seed. And that father's seed was none other than Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. So the Israelites was the recipient of this covenant. It tells us in the 4th verse, Yahweh talked with you face to face in the mount out of the midst of fire. We just read that in Exodus 19 and in Deuteronomy 4. It says in the 5th verse, I stood between Yahweh and you at that time to show you the word. The words of the covenant, it says, to show you the word of Yahweh. For ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, I am Yahweh, thy Elohim, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have none other gods before me. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, Yahweh, thy Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children into the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy into thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy Elohim in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that take his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In that day thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. And then please circle this 15th verse, for it tells us that our fathers was told, and remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore, as your brother loved to say, reason why, Yahweh thy Elohim commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day. Did y'all get that? The Almighty is telling our fathers, remember that thou was a servant in the land of Egypt. You was a servant under Pharaoh. You was under servitude and affliction. You didn't rest. But since I brought you out, I command you to rest, because now you are my servant. So the Sabbath was not to be done under forced labor. The Sabbath was supposed to be done under the words of the covenant of the law. And where did Yahweh tell Israel to keep and do all? In the land that they shall possess, not wherever you find yourself. The 16th verse reads, honor thy father and thy mother, as Yahweh thy Elohim command thee, that thy days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with thee in the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. Thou shalt not murder, neither shalt thou commit adultery, neither shalt thou steal, neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy brother, or it reads, against thy neighbor. Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, his manservant, his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor. And please take note, it reads, these words Yahweh speak into all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of thick darkness, with a great voice. And he added no more. So we can't add nor take away one dot from these words. And he wrote them into tables of stone, and delivered them into me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribe and your elders. And you said, Behold, Yahweh our Elohim have showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim talked with man, and he lives. And the talking that he did was found in Exodus 20 to Exodus 23. And then it was confirmed by a sacrifice, by blood in Exodus 24, which denotes all the words of the covenant of the law. It tells us again in the 24th verse, and ye said, Behold, Yahweh our Elohim have shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that Elohim does talk with man, and he lives. Now, therefore, why should we die for being disobedient? For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have and live? And that's a question not just for Israel, but for the world. And the answer will be only the children of Israel. For they was chosen, and they was chosen to be given the words of the covenant of the law, to be among their Creator and to govern themselves in the land of promise. The 27th verse reads, Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say. And please take note and circle this 7th verse, just like it read in just like it read in Exodus 19, they agreed to all. Just like it read in Exodus 24, they agreed to all. Right here in Deuteronomy 6, reiterating what was said and done in the first year, it allows us to know nothing changed. All of them agreed. Thus it reads in the 27th verse, Go thy near and hear all, not some. Don't come back and tell us to do the best we can. Don't come back and tell us to give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. It says, Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak into thee, and we will hear it and do it all. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words when ye speak into me. And Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. And what did they say? We will do all. Oh, that there was such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that I might be well, or that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say to them. So far, I just showed where the 10 Commandments were spoken. I haven't really showed where the statutes and the judgments were, even though it starts off by saying that in the very first verse. But I want to prove that the the words of the covenant was more than just 10 words. Thus it reads, go say unto them in the 30th verse, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, Moses, stand thy here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments. Well, I thought he already gave them all. Let's read. All the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land, wherever they at, absolutely not, in the land which I give them to possess it. Ye shall observe to do, therefore, as Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. That means to add or take away. Ye shall walk in all the ways, not some, not the best you can. You shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim command you. Why? That ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. Where? Wherever you at? Absolutely not. In the land which ye shall possess. And you found the same word verbatim in Exodus 24, verse 3. The closing of the words of the covenant of the law. It also tells us, I wanted to throw this in because people teach that they are under the law today, and that's one of the ways that they are robbing the children of Israel by way of tithes and offerings. So with these words being in the 5th book of the law, and it is part of the covenant, let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, since we find ourselves in Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in the first verse of Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, these words. Ye are the children of Yahweh, your Elohim. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For thy art an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim. And Yahweh hath chosen thee to be a particular people, as it says in Exodus the 19th chapter, to be a particular people unto himself above all the nations that are upon the earth. Then I want to jump straight to the 22nd chapter, due to time restraint and the other scriptures I want to bring out. It tells us in the 22nd verse of the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy, thou shalt truly tie all the increase of thy seed, that the field bring forth year by year. And please remember the field and the land that Yahweh is talking about. It's the same field and land that Yahweh commanded Israel to do all. The 23rd verse reads, and thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. And we all know that Yahweh ain't placed his name in Cincinnati, in Alaska, Nebraska, Alabama, California, in America, nor abroad. For it reads again in the 23rd verse, thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, of thy oil, and the firstlings of thy herd and of thy flock, that thou mayest learn. Please take note. If you're doing it anyplace else, it is a proof that you have not learned to fear Yahweh. But if you was doing it as instructed, it says that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh thy Elohim always. So all our brothers and sisters that solicit tithes, that collect tithes, that condemn their brothers and sisters for not paying tithes are actually showing you that they do not fear Yahweh. That's the only way they can take money from the fatherless and the widow. You got to not fear him to do that. You got to not fear Yahweh to rob his children. And this ain't your brother words. You read it in it yourself. Let's read it one more time. In the 23rd verse it reads, and thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. It's talking about the yearly tithe. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, of thy oil, and the firstling of thy herd, and of thy flock, that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh thy Elohim. How long? Always. So there's never a time that you can collect tithes from your brothers and sisters in the land of the enemies or any other land than the land of promise. Every time you do, you are displaying the lack of fear that you have against your Creator, the lack thereof. The 24th verse reads, and I just heard a Murray say from Cincinnati on today's program that how the fear of Yahweh is their companion, and they follow the fear of Yahweh by acknowledging the book. If that's the case, stop collecting tithes. You're a big liar, and you just said that today. And now you got another brother bringing out about tithes where the Almighty said, if you do what I'm saying, it shows that you fear me. Well, y'all still collect tithes and offerings. It's the opposite. What y'all are displaying is the opposite. You are showing that you don't fear Yahweh. And just like I just talked to my brother Yamin just today, there are not many congregations that even teach fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Why not? Because they don't fear him, and they have not departed from evil. Because it is truly evil to rob your brothers and sisters. The 24th verse reads, if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to set his name there, dealing with the first year tithe, when Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, then shall thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thy hand, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And many people take this out of context. They say, well, right here it say money. Well, even if you wanted to apply the money, you still had to go to the place. That's why it is so wise to know where Yahweh command Israel to do all. Because you might find yourself hook-winged like our brothers and sisters today, thinking they paying tithes and they ain't even in the place. Not alone given the increase of the land, they're not even in the land. But the Almighty told Israel, if the place was too far, what to do. Take your goods, turn it into money, take the money in thy hand, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim should choose, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lust after. So to bestow is to spend the money on the same goods that you was willing to give Yahweh at first. You're not coming to the land with the money and start buying clothes and jewelry if that's what you was given at first. You're going to buy the same things that was too heavy and to take with you on that long journey. So it was easier to sell it, take the money, and then you go back and rededicate it. Thus it reads in the 26th verse again, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lust after, for oxen. It's telling you what you're supposed to buy. It ain't telling you to buy no clothes. It ain't telling you to buy no gold. It ain't telling you to buy no car. It says for oxen and for sheep and for wine and for strong drink and for whatsoever thy soul desire, and thou shalt eat there before Yahweh thy Elohim, and thou shalt rejoice, thy and thy household. The 27th verse speaks about the third year tithe, for it says, and the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. At the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase the same year, and shall lay it up within thy gates. Well, it also told us in the book of Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, the 2nd verse, that the Israelites were not to add nor diminish from any of these words. And we got brothers and sisters adding and diminishing every day. And your brother calls it man theology. Man theology is just another religion. They just got Yahweh name on it, and they call themselves by the name of Israel. But it is nothing but a religion if you add or take away from any of these words. And let me give you a great example. We just read in the 22nd verse of the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy that the tithe was year by year. We just read that the end of 3 years thou shalt bring all thy tithes. Well, what will denote man theology? What will denote religion? What would denote adding or diminishing if your teacher ever tell you to pay tithes in America every week or every Saturday or every Shabbat? He have just added or diminished from the word of Yahweh. He have just taught you man theology. He has just allowed you to know that you are under their religion. Because that's all man theology is, religion. It don't make a difference what man it is. Thus it tells us in closing, in the 29th verse, and the Levite, because he have no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied. Well, here go another add-on, because I know by firsthand that many Marays have collected tithes or so-called tithes. You ain't never collected tithes here, but the so-called tithes from the fatherless and the widow. The Almighty said, hold up, that's backwards. I said they supposed to be a recipient. Well, these greedy dogs calling themselves Kohen, Marays, and teachers and preachers, they have actually collected tithes from the fatherless and the widow, and I am a witness. But it tells us again in closing, in the 29th verse, and I know many of y'all can witness and testify the same. It says again in closing in the 29th verse, and the Levite, because he has no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and don't nobody know who the Levite is today. It says, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that Yahweh, thy Elohim, may bless thee, not curse thee, in all the works of thy hand, which thou dost. So this should allow us to know, dealing with the words of the covenant of the law, that our brothers and sisters are truly in error. They are not under the law, nor do they show that they fear Yahweh, because they truly collect tithes and offerings today. And that's just a proof that they don't fear him according to his word. Damn what Brother Samuel said. According to his word, it is a proof they do not fear him. I don't care what they wearing. I don't care what title they go by. The Almighty just showed us in the law, if they are not doing what I say, if they're not doing as I say, it is a proof that they do not fear me. Because if they were doing what I say, it says again, thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh, thy Elohim, always, by doing what he has commanded. Also, one more place we can go to right quick, dealing with the tithes, is the 26th chapter. The 26th chapter of Deuteronomy. And it tells us in the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up, I'll start at the first verse of Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter. And it reads, and it shall be, it's dealing with the harvest offerings. There's two rights thereof. It says, and it shall be, when thy art come, note the instructions, and it shall be, when thy art come into the land, not when you find yourself in the enemy's land, not when you find yourself in bondage, not when you find yourself a dead man walking, but when thy art come into the land, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance, and possesses it, and dwellest all of your dwellings, and dwellest therein, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land, not the enemy's land, not the enemy's grocery store, that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, and thou shalt put it in a basket, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name there. The first place was called Shiloh. After that, that place was only called Jerusalem. And thou shalt go into the priests that shall be in those days. Today there is no priest, because you don't supposed to be doing those things, and because you're not under the covenant of the law. Thus it reads in the 3rd verse, and thou shalt go into the priests that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto Yahweh thy Elohim, that I am come into the country which Yahweh sware unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of thy hand, and set it down before the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt speak and say before Yahweh thy Elohim, a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried into Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice. He didn't go on reenactments. He didn't go on a play that you was doing. It says they cried because of the bondage, and he heard, and he seen their affliction. Thus it reads again in the 7th verse, and when we cried unto Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice and looked on our affliction and our labor and our oppression. And Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with great terribleness and with signs and with wonders. And he had brought me into this place and have given us this land. All of your dwellings is in this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land, which thy Yahweh has given me, and thou shalt set it before Yahweh thy Elohim, and worship before Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh thy Elohim hath given into thee, and into thy house, thy, the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. When thy, please take note, when thy has made an end of time, all the tithes of thy increase, the 3rd year, which is the year of time. So you can go back to all of y'all maraes, all of y'all teachers, and be a man, as David told Solomon, show thyself a man. Well, that's what I'm telling y'all. Show yourself a man and a woman, and tell those crooks that y'all have lied and stole from us. The Almighty have never said to pay tithes in the enemy's land, nor have he ever said tithes was at the end of the week, or tithes was at the end of the 7th day, or tithes was at the end of the 6th day. But it boldly tells us tithes was collected year for year for what was supposed to be brought in the place where he placed his name, and tithes was collected every 3 years. Thus it read again in the 12th verse, when thou hast made an end of time, all the tithes of thy increase, the 3rd year, which is the year of time, and has given it into the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. Then thou shalt say before Yahweh thy Elohim, I have brought away the hollow things out of my house, and also have given them into the Levite, and to the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according, please take note, to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. And our brothers and sisters, all they can say is either they have transgressed or they have forgotten, meaning they didn't know them. But they ain't going to be able to use those excuses, because there's too many people like myself that's willing to teach them what the Bible says about time. So they just refuse to obey, because they are showing us they have no fear of Yahweh. only way he could steal from his children. You can't steal from his children and fear him at the same time. That's impossible. And I'll challenge any man to debate me on that. It's impossible for you to collect tithes, steal money from your brother and sister by way of time and say you fear Yahweh in the same breath. You will be a liar. And Yahweh said every word of Elohim is pure. He's a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee and thy be found a liar. And we all know lying is one of the 7 things that Yahweh hates. So these people that's stealing from us, the Almighty is hating them, not loving them. It also tells us, I'm going to go ahead and read to the 15th verse. It says, in the 14th verse, it tells us, I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, like the gas and electric, like the light bills, and all that mess that these robbers use to rob us. That's what they say. Somebody got to pay the light bill. Well, pay it yourself. What's wrong with you? Why you need our money? As a matter of fact, if it's really up to the electric and all that, especially on the warm days, we can meet at the park or something. We can use Yahweh light, and you can teach. You ain't got to collect our money by way of time and talking about you using it for unclean use where you got to pay the mortgage or you got to pay the light bill and all that mess. I've heard that so many times, and it's a shame when you know what Yahweh has said. When you know what Yahweh has said and hear those brothers say those things, it is truly a shame. But you got to have a backbone to tell them. If you ain't got no backbone, you find your butt sitting down paying tithes, knowing in your heart that it's not right. Thus it tells us again in the 14th verse, I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead, but I have hearkened unto the voice of Yahweh my Elohim, and have done according to all, not some, not the best I can. There's no need to give Yahweh the benefit of doubt. It says, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation from heaven, and bless thy people Israel in the land which thou hast given us, as thou swearest unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. It also tells us, if we turn back to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, for now we are reading the words of the covenant dealing with the condition thereof. For if we turn back to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, it tells us in the 14th and 15th verse. And what it tells us is the same thing it told our fathers in the wilderness when this covenant was being made. And it told them, according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 14th and the 15th verse, and it allows us to know that this covenant was conditional. Thus it reads in the 14th verse, but if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all, please circle that, these commandments. And if ye will despise my statute, if you don't do them, you're despising them. Or if your soul abhor my judgment, if you don't do them, you abhor them. so that ye will not do all. If you don't do all, you break the covenant. And we got teachers that have established a pattern of partiality. Their whole teaching is partial. Well, look what the Almighty says. It reads, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant. Did we all understand that? Did we catch that? If you don't do all, you break the covenant. Well, how could Yahweh send us in America to do the best we can? If our father's going to be punished for not doing all, you mean the Almighty let their children do the best they can to get back? That is foolishness. And that is very dark saying. There is no light in that whatsoever. Let's read this one more time. It tells us one more time in the 15th verse, and if ye shall despise my statutes, meaning you ain't doing them, or if your soul abhor my judgments, meaning you ain't doing them, so that ye will not do, they let you know, you got to be doing them, all my commandments. So if you ain't doing the statutes, if you ain't doing the judgments, if you ain't doing all my commandments, thou has broken my covenant. For it reads, but that ye break my covenant. That has always been there. That is not a new revelation. That is not something that the house of Yeshurun done stuck in the book. This 15th verse has always been there. And it is a great definition of how the covenant of the law is broken. And it does not denote giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, nor does it denote doing the best you can. The best you can will be labeled as breaking my covenant. It also tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. If we turn there, please. Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, if we take a quick look at the 15th verse, it tells us, but, dealing with the words of the covenant of the law, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, and we know what the voice denotes, to observe to do all, not the best you can, that will never make it. You will never be called perfect doing the best you can. Matter of fact, the best you can allows us to know that you didn't do it all. And if to give the benefit of the doubt means you don't know. So those two things the Almighty never told his children to do. We done had people so desperate to prove us wrong in what we are declaring today that they even took us to Isaiah. And I have witnesses. And I'm talking about the so-called great mores. Took us to Isaiah 43 and 10 and said the word believe means doubt. Means that we can give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. And all you that are hearing my voice today, please take your time, your spare time, and look up the word believed found in the 10th verse of Isaiah 43. And in any time that you feel like it, please let your brother know if that word denotes doubt, because I might be wrong. I doubt it. That's the only word I'm going to use. I doubt it if I'm wrong. But please look up that word believe and let your brother know if he's wrong or not. Because the great Moraes said that the word believe means doubt. And all that we have read thus far, we have not read to one sentence that denotes doubt. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, one more time in the 15th verse, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all, just like the Almighty said he wants you to do all, well, all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Just like the Almighty said, if you are obedient, it says all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of Yahweh the Elohim. So he mean all. Just like he give you all the blessings, he going to give you all the curses. Just like he say do all, that's exactly what he means. All never means the best you can. Because that means he can give you the blessings the best he can. No, that ain't what he's saying. Almighty's not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. I stated earlier, dealing with Isaiah 59, Yahweh's hand ain't shortened, nor is his ear heavy. So if you were truly doing these things, Yahweh going to give you all to the extent where those blessings will overtake thee. Well, today, all we see is death and evil, to where the curses have overtaken us. It also tells us, as I try to go chronological order, if we turn our scriptures to the 6th book found in our Holy Scripture, which is the book of Joshua. For the Almighty told Moses to tell Joshua those same words and to teach those words to the children of Israel when they entered into all of their dwellings. Thus we find in Joshua, the 1st chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse and read to the 9th verse, it tells us, I might go a little farther, it says, now, after the death of Moses, the servant of Yahweh, it came to pass that Yahweh spake unto Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou and all this people, and to the land which I do give them, your dwellings, even to the children of Israel. Every place that the sole of your feet shall tread upon, that have I given you, as I said unto Moses, from the wilderness and this Lebanon, even to the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and into the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your coast. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee nor forsake thee. Be strong and of a good courage, for into this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land which I swear unto their fathers to give them, which will denote all of your dwellings. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, mean don't add or diminish, that thou mayest prosper wheresoever thou goes. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, only if you're doing all. And then thou shalt have good success. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For Yahweh thy Elohim is with thee whatsoever thou goes. It also tells us in this book, if we turn to the 8th chapter, and of course, you know I teach, read every word of these chapters in your spare time. Due to time restraint, I can't read them all, trying to give out all, to make sure I give out all the information I plan on giving out. So due to the time restraint, I can't read every word, but I beg you to. I beg you to do so in your spare time. Read every word in these chapters that we are going to, because it gives you a greater light of understanding. Right now, I need you to turn to chapter 8. And it tells us in the 30th chapter, in the 30th verse of chapter 8, is where I would like to pick up. And it reads, Then Joshua built an altar unto Yahweh Elohim of Israel in Mount Ebal. And Moses, the servant of Yahweh, commanded the children of Israel, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses. And many times you will find the words of the covenant of the law called the covenant of Moses, or the law of Moses. And an altar, whole stone, over which no man have lifted up any iron, and they offered thereon burnt offerings unto Yahweh, and sacrificed peace offerings. And he wrote there upon the stone a copy of the law of Moses, which he wrote in the presence of the children of Israel. And all Israel and their elders and officers and their judges stood on this side of the ark, and on that side before the priests, the Levites, which bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, as well the stranger as he that was born among them, half of them over against Mount Gerizim, and half of them over against Mount Ebal. And Moses, the servant of Yahweh, have commanded before that they should bless the people of Israel. And afterwards he read all the words of the law, the blessings and the cursings, what we find in Leviticus and in the book of Deuteronomy, according to all that is written in the book of the law. There was not one word of all that Moses commanded which Joshua read not before all the congregation of Israel, with the women and the little ones and the strangers that were conversant among them. So I just wanted to allow us to know that these things continued on. They out the wilderness, they actually in the land, and the words does not change. We showed 40 years after in the book of Deuteronomy, the words does not change. The Israelites was under all. The covenant, the words of the covenant was to be done by the Israelites, all of them. Thus, we have one more saying in the book of Joshua if we turn to the 23rd chapter. And it tells us in the 23rd chapter of Joshua, if we pick up at the 6th verse, and it reads to the 16th verse, be ye therefore very courageous to keep and do all. I don't know. I might have to look that up. How many times will you find the word all in the Holy Scripture? That's a good search because it is meant, and Yahweh means all, and we find it throughout the Holy Scriptures. So we find it again, and it reads, be ye therefore very courageous to keep and do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses. This destroys partiality. That ye turn, and doing the best you can, that ye turn not aside therefrom to the right hand or to the left. Again, when you read the right hand or the left, it means add or take away. That ye come not among these nations, these that remain among you, neither make mention of the name of their gods, nor cause to swear by them, neither serve them, nor bow yourself unto them, but cleave unto Yahweh your Elohim, as ye have done unto this day. For Yahweh hath driven out from before you great nations and strong. But as for you, no man hath been able to stand before you this day. One man of you shall chase 1,000. For Yahweh your Elohim, he it is that fight for you, as he hath promised you. Take good heed, therefore, unto yourselves, that ye love Yahweh your Elohim. Else, if you do in any wise go back and cleave into the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in into them, and they into you, know for a certainty, not a benefit of a doubt. Don't have no doubt on this matter. It says, know for a certainty that Yahweh your Elohim will no more drive out any of these nations before you, but they shall be snares and traps into you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until ye perish from off this good land, which Yahweh your Elohim have given you. And behold, this day I am going the way of all the earth, and ye know in all your hearts and in all your souls that not one thing has failed of all the good things which Yahweh your Elohim speak concerning you. All are come to pass into you, and not one thing have failed thereof. Therefore, the reason why it shall come to pass that as all good things are come upon you, which Yahweh your Elohim promised you, so shall Yahweh bring upon you all evil things until he have destroyed you from off this good land. That's why I got some curses included, because those are also the words of the covenant of the law. The words of the covenant of the law was not just good words. They were only good words and words of blessing when you followed them, when you obeyed every word. When you disobeyed, the Almighty had some other words for you, and it denoted the curses. Thus it reads again in the 15th verse, therefore it shall come to pass that as all good things are come upon you, which Yahweh your Elohim promised you, so shall Yahweh bring upon you all evil things, until he have destroyed you from off this good land, which Yahweh your Elohim have given you. When ye have transgressed the covenant of Yahweh your Elohim, which he commanded you, and have gone and served other gods, and bow yourself unto them, then shall the anger of Yahweh be kindled against you, and ye shall perish quickly from off the good land which he have given you. And today, none of the Israelites are upon the good land. We also see that it was recalled later on in retrospect if we take a quick look in the book of Malachi. The book of Malachi. These same words were recalled, and I am using this chapter and verse to allow us to know the words of the covenant of the law and never changed, and all that we have brought forth denoted the words of the covenant of the law. Well, in the book of Malachi, these words are being recalled. Thus, it tells us in the book of Malachi, in the 4th chapter, the 4th verse, these words. Malachi, the 4th chapter, the 4th verse, and it reads, remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and the judgments. So even in the last book, it denotes that the word of the covenant of the law consists of the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments. Well, it also tells us, if we go back to the 5th book, which is the book of Deuteronomy, and take a look at the 29th chapter. Let's see what Yahweh said back then. Since we showed the words of the covenant, let's see what Yahweh said about the words of the covenant and the punishment thereof. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, I'll start at the 24th verse, but the emphasis is being put on the 27th verse. The 24th verse of Deuteronomy 29 reads, even all nations shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus into this land? What mean the heat of this great anger? And we already know the answer because we just read Joshua the 23rd chapter. But let's read. Then men shall say, because they forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. That is the words of the covenant of the law. But they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not and whom he had not given them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land to bring upon it what? All the curses that are written in this book. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger, in wrath, and in great indignation and cast them into another land, as it is this day. It also tells us, according to the 31st chapter of Deuteronomy, if we take a look at the 16th verse, but I'll start at the 12th. The emphasis is being put on the 16th verse, but I would love to start at the 12th. And it reads in Deuteronomy 31, verse 12, gather the people together, men and women, and children, and thy stranger that is within thy gates, that they may hear and that they may learn and fear Yahweh your Elohim, and observe to do all the words of this law, and that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh your Elohim, as long as ye live in the land, whether ye go over Jordan to possess it. It don't say as long as you live in the earth. It don't say as long as you live wherever you at. The 14th verse reads, and Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thy days approach, that thou must die. Call Joshua and present yourself in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud. And the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people, the Israelites, will rise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them, and will forsake me. How? And break my covenant, which I have made with them. And what was the covenant? The words, the voice of Yahweh. And then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them. I ain't going to be with them. They ain't going to just be able to call on me when they're in the enemy's land. It says I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles as Jacob is waiting to be saved out of. It says, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? And I teach and I tell people all the time that say Shabbat Shalom. I ask them, what is the sign of the Sabbath? If you under the Sabbath, you must have the sign among you. Well, the sign of the Sabbath is Yahweh is your Elohim, and you is his children. Well, that's not so, nor is the sign displayed when Yahweh, notice, when you forsake and break the covenant of the law, Yahweh, the sign ain't among you, nor Yahweh. Yahweh ain't being your Elohim, nor are you being his people. If you understand what we have read thus far, and let's read the 17th and 18th verse one more time. It says, then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, the day that they break the covenant. And I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them. There's none that play hide and seek better than the Creator. You're not going to find him if he's hiding from you. and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? And when we compare it to ourselves, especially the first 200 years in America, can we not say these same words? Can we not quote these words and say all this evil that has become upon us, is it because Yahweh is not among us? And the answer is absolutely yes. And I will surely have my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, and that they are turned into other gods. Now therefore write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land, which I sware unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn into other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of the seed, out of the mouth of their seed. For I know their imagination, which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. So the Almighty has given a prophecy foreseeing what the Israelites was going to do against his covenant, against the words of the covenant, before they even get in the land. Moses is already told that they're going to forsake my covenant, and I'm going to bring these curses, this evil, and these troubles upon them. And the other nations going to say, what happened to these people in this land? And the truth was to be told that they broke the covenant of the law. Thus Yahweh in his wrath brought all these curses upon them. That is a proof that you are not under the covenant of the law when you are in the enemy's land. And just to give a couple of scriptures of covenant breakers and those that did not want to obey. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. We got enough time to do this. I just want to give a few scriptures on the covenant breakers and show what Yahweh said about them not keeping all, and then we're in this great presentation, which is called the words of the covenant of the law, because I want to kind of stay on the words of the covenant of the law. So let's turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 24th chapter. Isaiah, the 24th chapter. And it tells us in Isaiah, the 24th chapter, if we take a look at the 5th verse, Isaiah 24 and 5. And it reads, in Isaiah 24 verse 5, it tells us, I'll start at the 3rd verse and read to the 5th verse. And it reads, the land shall be utterly emptied and utterly spoiled, for Yahweh has spoken this word. The earth mourns and fades away. The world languishes and fades away. The haughty people of the earth do languish. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinances, and broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore have the curse divide the earth, and they that dwell therein are desolate. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burnt, and few men left. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, if we read the 6th and 7th verse, it reads, "And thou shalt say to the rebellious, even to the house of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim, O ye house of Israel, let it suffice you of all your abominations, and that ye have brought into my sanctuary strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my sanctuary to pollute it. Even my house, when ye offer my bread, the fat and the blood, and have broken my covenant, because of all your abominations." So here was two scriptures I used to show covenant breakers and how the Almighty looked upon them as people that broke his covenant. If we go back to the 7th book of the Bible, of your Holy Scripture, will be the book of Judges. Let's go there and take a look how they broke his covenant. It denotes those that disobeyed the words of the covenant of the law. And we find in the book of Judges, the 2nd chapter, if we all turn there, please. Judges, the 2nd chapter. We find in the 10th verse, and it reads, "And also all the generation was gathered into their fathers, and there arose another generation after them, which knew not Yahweh, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of Yahweh, and served Balaam." So they are going against the words of the covenant of the law. "And they forsook Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which brought them out of the land of Egypt, and followed other gods of the people that were around about them, and bowed themselves unto them, and provoked Yahweh to anger. And they forsook Yahweh and served Baal and Ashtoreth. And the anger of Yahweh was hot against Israel. And he delivered them into the hands of the spoilers that spoiled them. And he sold them into the hand of their enemies round about, so that they could no longer stand before their enemies. Whithersoever they went out, the hand of Yahweh was against them for evil, as Yahweh has said, and as Yahweh has sworn unto them, and they were greatly distressed. Nevertheless, Yahweh raised up judges, which delivered them out of the hand of those that spoiled them. And yet they would not hearken unto their judges, but they went a-whoring after other gods, and bowed themselves unto them. They turned quickly out the way which their fathers walked in, obeying the commandments of Yahweh, but they did not so. And when Yahweh raised them up judges, then Yahweh was with the judge and delivered them out of the hand of their enemies all the days of the judge. For it repented Yahweh because of their groanings, by reason of them that oppressed them and vexed them. And it came to pass, when the judge was dead, that they returned and corrupt themselves more than their fathers, and following other gods to serve them, and to bow down unto them. They ceased not from their own doings, nor from their stubborn ways. And the anger of Yahweh was hot against Israel. And he said, because that this people has transgressed my covenant, which I have commanded their fathers, and have not hearkened unto my voice, I also will not henceforth drive out any from before them of the nations which Joshua left when he died, that through them I may test Israel, whether they will keep the way of Yahweh to walk therein, as their fathers did keep it or not. Therefore Yahweh left those nations without driving them out hastily, neither delivering he them into the hand of Joshua. So this is just a testimony of the people disobeying and not doing all the words of the covenant of the law. We also can find I'll use one more place. I'll use two more places. Let's go to Isaiah, the first chapter. Isaiah, the first chapter. I'll use Isaiah, the first chapter, verse 10 to 18, and then we're going to end with Nehemiah 9. Right now, we're all going to Isaiah, the first chapter, because Isaiah was done before Nehemiah. So let's go to Isaiah first. And we're going to the first chapter of Isaiah. We're going to pick up at the 10th verse. Isaiah 1 and 10. And it tells us in the 10th verse of Isaiah, and it reads, Hear the word of Yahweh, ye rulers of Sodom, and give ear unto the law of your Elohim, ye people of Gomorrah. The law is no more than the Torah. It is the words of the covenant of the law. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, said Yahweh? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks, as our brother read to us from Psalms 50. It says, or of lambs, or of he-goats. When ye come to appear before me, who have required this at your hand to trend my courts? Bring no more vain oblation. Incense is abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of the assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity, even the solemn meetings. Your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hates. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them. And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Yea, when ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do well. Seek judgment. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless. Don't steal from them. Plead for the widow. Come now and let us reason together, said Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If ye be willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land. But if ye refuse and rebel, ye shall be devoured with the sword. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. And that's exactly what happened when the Israelites went against the words of the covenant of the law. One more place I would love to go in closing, and let's close with Nehemiah 9. Nehemiah 9 in closing. For it tells us in Nehemiah 9 that Yahweh gave the children of Israel the words of the covenant of the law, and they all forsook it. And we're going to find that in the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. And it reads in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, if we pick up at the 6th verse. Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, the 6th verse. And this is a time when the Israelites find themselves back in the land after coming out of the second Exodus. Did you hear what your brother just said? After the Israelites came out of the second Exodus. The first Exodus was coming out of Egypt. The second Exodus is coming out of Babylon. And they are home, and they are confessing what they have done and what their fathers have done. But no, they are not confessing in the enemy's land. They are confessing in their own land once they have returned. And in their confession, we're going to be able to show that they truly forsook the words of the covenant. Thus it reads in the 6th verse, Thy, even thy, art Yahweh alone. There is no other creator. Thy has made heaven, the heaven of heavens, with all their hosts, the earth, and all things that are therein, the seas, and all that is therein, and thy preservest them all, and the hosts of heaven worship thee. Thy art Yahweh, the Elohim, who did choose Abram, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gave him the name of Abraham, and foundest his heart faithful before thee, and made it a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites. And please say no. We read that Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham. Other places it said a promise. And an oath with Isaac, and confirmed the same by way of law to Israel. So we're reading this whole makeup. It says, made it a covenant with him, we in the 8th verse, to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, and the Gershites, to give it, I say, to his seed. So you can say your dwellings is wherever you want to say they are at. But Yahweh going to rebuke you and you're going to be found a liar because of the covenant that he made with Abraham. So your dwellings can't be wherever you at based on the covenant he made with your father Abraham. Now, if he told Abraham wherever you at, then you good. But he never told Abraham that. He gave Abraham a specific geographical location. In Genesis, the 15th chapter, he even told him to look at the location. Moses didn't make it into that place. He was able to look at it. So he's talking about a particular dwelling, not wherever you are at. And it tells us, I said to his seed, and have performed thy word. Why? For thy art righteous, and did see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heard it their cry by the Red Sea, and showeth signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, and upon all his servants, and upon all the people of his land. For thou knowest that they dealt proudly against them. Rigorous servitude. So did I get thee a name, as it is this day. And I did divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land. And their prosecutors thou threwest into the deeps, as a stone into the mighty waters. Here, speaking about the words of the covenant of the law, it reads in the 12th verse, moreover, thou leddest them in the day by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speak with them from heaven, and gave them right judgments, true laws, good statutes, and commandments. Note what he gave them. It don't say, and gave them 10 commandments. It don't say that the covenant, the words of the covenant, just consist of 10 commandments, but instead, revisiting the story by way of testimony and confession, it says, thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, speak with them from heaven, and gave them right judgments. The first thing mentioned is judgments. And true laws, good statutes, and commandments. And made known. They didn't know nothing about the Sabbath until Yahweh made it known. I don't care if it was established in the beginning of creation. The scripture says, and made it known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commanded them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses thy servant, and gave them bread from heaven for their hunger, and brought forth water for them out of the rock for their thirst, and promised them that they should go in to possess the land which thou hast sworn to give them. But they and our fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks, and hearkened not unto thy commandments, and refused to obey, neither were mindful of thy wonderful or thy wonders that thou did among them, but hardened their necks, and in their rebellion appointed a captain to return to their bondage. But thou art a Elohim ready to pardon, gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and forsook them not. Yea, when they had made them a molten calf, and said, This is thy God that brought thee out of Egypt, and that wrought great provocation, yet thy and thy mindful mercy forsook them not in the wilderness. The puller of the cloud departed not from them by day, to lead them in the way, neither the puller of fire by night, to show them light and the way wherein they should go. Thou gavest also thy good spirit. That's what causes Israel to be able to do all that he said. But you can overdo the good spirit with disobedience, with rebellion. But the Almighty let us know by this way of confession, thou gavest also thy good spirit to instruct them, and withheld not thy manna from their mouth, and gave them water for their thirst. But I want to get straight to the point, because in closing, we are showing how they disobeyed the words of the covenant of the law. Thus it tells us in the 26th verse, if we pick up there, these words in closing. Nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebellious against thee, and cast thy law behind their backs, and slew thy prophets, which testified against them to turn them to thee. They wrought great provocation. Therefore thou deliverest them into the hand of their enemies, who vexed them. And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, thou heard them from heaven. And according to thy mindful mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies. And we read this in the book of Judges. The people in Nehemiah, after they came out of the Babylonian captivity, is just confessing all that Yahweh have said and done. Thus, the 28th verse reads, But after they had rest, they did evil again before thee. Therefore leftest thou them in the hand of their enemies, so that they had dominion over them. Yet when they returned and cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and many times did thou deliver them according to thy mercies, and testified against them, that thou mightest bring them again into the law. Yet they dealt proudly, and hearkened not into thy commandments, but sinned against thy judgments, which if a man do, please take note, Israel, he shall live in them, and withdraw the shoulder, and hearken their neck, and would not hear. Yet many years did thou forbear them, and testify against them by thy spirit and thy prophets, yet would they not give ear. Therefore gavest thou them into the hand of the people of the lands. Nevertheless, for thy great mercy's sake, thou did not utterly consume them, nor forsake them, for thou art a gracious and merciful Elohim. Now therefore our Elohim, the great, the mighty, and the terrible Elohim, who keeps covenants and mercy, let not all the trouble seem little before thee, that have come upon us, on our kings, on our princes, and on our priests, and on our prophets, and on our fathers, and on all thy people, since the time of the kings of Assyria, and to this day. Howbeit, even though we find ourselves in hell, it reads, howbeit thy art just in all that is brought upon us. For thou hast done right, but we have done wickedly. And it's going to tell you who the we is. The we is not you and I. It reads in the 34th verse, neither have our kings, our princes, our priests, nor our fathers kept thy law, nor hearkened unto thy commandments, and thy testimonies wherewith thy did testify against them. For they had not served thee in their kingdom. Please take note of this 35th verse. Please understand what Yahweh is concerned about. And it is the words of the covenant being done in their land, being done under the covenant. Thus, in the Israelites' confession, it tells us in the 35th verse, for they have not served thee in their kingdom, and in thy great goodness that thy gave them. The great goodness that he gave us is the same geographical location that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And in the large and fat land, if you don't believe your brother, which thy gave before them, neither turned they from their wicked works. So it allows us to know that the words of the covenant of the law was given to the Israelites for all to be done. As long as they obeyed all the words of the law, they would be a blessing above all the people on the face of the earth. And the Almighty told them all that would befall them if they did not obey all the words of the covenant of the law. Now we all know all the words of the covenant of the law, and when we compare all that we have read today with ourselves, we should all agree that we are not under the covenant of the law, that the law is broken. And matter of fact, let me end it with Ezekiel 20. But we should all know that we are not under the covenant of the law, that the Israelites broke the covenant of the law. Thus, we find ourselves being born and recipients of the curses that is laid upon this earth. It tells us in Ezekiel the 20th chapter, we go there, I'll make that the last place. We know in Jeremiah 31 it talks about a new covenant. And you wouldn't have to make a new covenant if the old covenant wasn't broken. Well, many people say, well, he's going to give it to us how we teaching he gave it to us. The Almighty said, I'll change not. And if you want to know how I'm going to deal with you, all you got to do is go back and read what you just read and seeing how I dealt with the people that came out of Egypt. Thus, it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, we all turn there, please. This will be the last reading. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and let's take a look at the 33rd verse. And we will read to the 38th verse. And it reads, as I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury pulled out will I rule over you. And that's how you're ruled when you're not under the covenant of the law. And I will bring you out from the people and will gather you out of the countries. Jeremiah 31:10 said, he that scattered Israel will gather Israel. Well, it is being confirmed, and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered, with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm, and with fury pulled out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face. You want to know when you're under the new covenant? Let's read. It says in the 36th verse, compare, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, said Yahweh. So you got to be free to be under the covenant of the law. Thus it reads, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you under the bond, or I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. That's when you're going to be under the covenant. And I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country, just like he did our fathers out of Egypt, where they sojourned, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel, just like he did our fathers. And that was one of the reasons, the main reasons, the sojourning of Israel was 40 years in the wilderness, because Yahweh wanted all those people to die off, all the rebels. Well, we teach today that y'all teach today that you reading out the rebels, that the rebels are those that say they ain't under the covenant of the law or don't do what you do. Well, you're jumping the gun according to the words of Yah. And all you got to do is go back and see how Yahweh dealt with our fathers coming out of Egypt. He said that's how he would deal with you. I would love to end this presentation by saying hallelujah. Open up the presentation for comments and questions. 2 minutes per comment and 2 minutes per question. Please introduce yourself by name and where you're from. That will be the end of the presentation that was called The Words of the Covenant of the Law. Shalom, Israel. Is there any comments or questions? Are there any comments or questions? The line is open. Everyone is off of mute. Is there any
Shalom,
comments? Shalom, sister. Go ahead.
Hey, shalom. Yeah, this is Morocco from Missouri. I just wanted to say that again, another one, very powerful and total. I thank you.
I thank you for lending the ear that you may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. I thank you.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions or rebuttals? Because many people teach that they are under the covenant of the law. This is your time to speak up and prove Yahweh wrong. Is there any comment or question?
Hello?
Yes.
This is Yaakov, Atlanta, Georgia.
Aliyah.
Yeah. I just want to make a comment of King Malachi. I don't know if you know King Malachi. His post on Facebook.
King Malachi?
Yeah.
No, I don't know him.
But he's a singer and a rapper. But anyway, his post says, though you're still in captivity, but you got to ask your job not to work on the Sabbath day and have notarized paperwork from your teacher, but you still deny. Then some Hebrews judge you as if you're living free back in the Holy Land. Almost a luxury to keep some of y'all commandments here. How y'all feel? Now he doesn't realize he actually telling you that you're not under the covenant of the law. He's actually telling you, but he doesn't realize it. Because
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, brother Yaakov.
No.
I'm trying to get that. Can you find that? Where that? If you can find it, mute that because it's interrupting what the brother's saying. Hold on 1 second. We're trying to get that little stuttering mess out of there where we can hear you clearly. There's somebody's phone that ain't is bringing forth that static. I hope she can find it. But go ahead, brother. Just try to speak a little louder.
But anyway, his post suggests that those who are trying to get the Sabbath day off, and they have to get it notarized, the paperwork from the teacher, they still get denied. And then some Hebrews judge you as you're living free back in the Holy Land. And it says almost a luxury to keep some of God's commandments here. How y'all feel? And he doesn't realize he's telling the people that you're not under the covenant of the law.
Absolutely.
He doesn't realize that. So he says that it's a luxury to keep some of y'all's commandments. Well, there's no covenant in the book that says you have to keep some of God's commandments in captivity. There's no covenant that says that.
There is no covenant, nor is there a verse. Not just there's not a covenant, there's not a verse.
Yeah. And one more thing is, if you look up the word stranger in the book, just look up the word stranger, just that one word. That one word will totally break a lot of these teachings that you heard today. That one word. Stranger.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, because of my understanding, the stranger that is spoken of was born in our house and bought with our money. And we don't have no strangers born in our house nor bought with our money here in America. So it can't be talking about the stranger that our brothers and sisters have taught us.
Yeah. And another thing is when people said that, and I used to say it too, that Yah's going to do the judgments. But if he does the judgments and some person dies in Arizona from committing adultery, how would I know that? I would have to be the one to actually do the judgments. And that's how the fear comes into you, because you're seeing this person die in front of you from being stoned to death. Not from y'all doing it, from we doing it, the congregation doing it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, brother. And one of the greatest testimonies I use is found in Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd to the 36th verse. When the man was gathering sticks on the Sabbath day, Moses went to Yahweh to find out what to do, and Yahweh's word was not, I'll take care of him. His word was, gather the people together and stone that man. So all the people gathered the stones, and they stoned him. That was the judgment for he that defiled the Sabbath day.
Exactly. And when they seen it, that fear came onto them. That fear came onto them. So it's not y'all do it. If y'all does it, you're not going to ever see it. Because you're in a different area code. You're in a different state. You're a different nation. You scattered four corners of the earth. So you're not going to ever see it.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you see it in your own land, and you're part of the congregation actually doing the stoning. Hallelujah. Y'all.
Absolutely. That's absolutely correct, my brother. Great comments. Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hello, this is Yaya Israel, Sabrina Mayfield. Shalom. I just want to say it was a great message today, and you did a great job in bringing out this truth. And I wrote down these verses, and thank you for today. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And thank you for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? Do we have any new visitors? I was expecting some people from Nebraska. Do we have any new visitors today that would like to introduce themselves, or do you have any comments or questions? We all family today, and you're allowed to speak your mind. I know in many congregations, they don't even want you to speak. Well, this is not a congregation. This is a conference call representing the words of the Most High, and we solicit that you speak. We are soliciting your questions, your comments, or your concerns. Is there any other comments or questions? I have a couple of questions while y'all ponder over your comments and questions. Are the Israelites under the covenant of the law today?
No.
No.
No, sir.
Can the Israelites do the best they can and be accepted?
No, sir.
No.
How about we just give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt?
No.
No. No, sir.
Do we all know what the covenant of the law consists of now? When the Almighty told Moses to tell the people to go into their tents, do we understand now that it was more than just 10 commandments?
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Absolutely.
Hallelujah. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah.
Brother Benaiah from Memphis. Yeah, there's a lot of people who really, didn't know what the covenant of the law consists of. They always say it's the, 10 commandments and everything, and then they want to run to Deuteronomy 30, 1 and 2, talking about return back to the Most High, but they fail to realize that it's more than just the 10 commandments. It's the statutes and the judgment and testimony. So, they want to run back, go to Deuteronomy 30 and saying return back to the Most High, but still they don't want to do the judgment and the statute because they don't have no understanding of it. And then they want to say that the Israelites broke the cover of the law, but the Most High didn't. So, again, that leads to lack of understanding also, because the covenant law is a contract that was made
between Yahweh and the children of Israel. And then the children of Israel was the one that broke the covenant law, so that contract is not and void at this time. But they still want to try to do the best they can and overlook the judgment and the statutes. But, again, it's lack of understanding that they all, having at this time. It's just like you get in the car and you're looking right through the glass. It's not seeing what on the glass. You're just looking right through the glass.
Absolutely, my brother. And that was a very, very great comment, because it allows them to know that they're in error, just like you stated in Deuteronomy 30. The second verse is, "And thou shalt return unto Yahweh thy Elohim, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command you this day." And we just read what Yahweh commanded them. It was the 10 Commandments. It was the 21st chapter. It was the 22nd chapter. It was the 23rd chapter. And we read many statutes and judgments that we have never done. But we got people teaching that they're under the covenant of the law. All you got to do is return back to the covenant of the law. Well, we just read 3 chapters that none of us have ever done.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So how in the heck you going to justify telling us to return using Deuteronomy 30 when you still ain't doing all?
Exactly.
Hallelujah.
And don't get mad at us because we wise enough to say all. Don't get mad at us because we wise enough to acknowledge all. You should be mad at yourself for not confirming all. The scripture says, "Cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them." We just confirming them all and letting the people know we can't do them.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Great comment, Brother Benaniah.
Ta-da.
Shalom, this is Sister Danya.
Shalom.
Shalom, brother. This was a wonderful lesson. And all that you showed is absolute proof that it's impossible to keep the law of the covenant in this land or any other land aside from the land of promise.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hallelujah. I got another question while y'all think of some more comments or questions. What do you think about what was said in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, where the Almighty said to keep and do the time the way he said it, because it will show that you fear him? What do y'all think about that when all these people are not saying what is written in Deuteronomy 14? They telling us that you're supposed to pay tithes every week. That shows that they don't fear him. Do y'all get that understanding, or I'm the only one getting that understanding?
I get it.
Right on time.
Because I didn't say that. The 23rd verse said that. It says that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh thy Elohim always by doing it the way he said it. That shows your fear, not by adding. If you say pay tithes in America, you have added. If you say pay tithes every week, you have added. Thus, it shows that you don't have fear.
Indeed.
And we teach every day to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. People love to say, well, what can we do? Well, we give y'all the wisest words that we can ever tell any man or woman, and that is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. People say, well, what do depart from evil mean? Don't do it. What you mean, what it means?
Right.
If you find out something is evil and you've been doing it, stop. If you find out something evil and you never did it, don't do it. You have departed from evil, Israel.
Right.
And you doing it because you fear your creator, not your brother, not your sister, not your husband, not your wife, but because you fear Yahweh is why you do it.
Indeed.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? I spoke to a brother last night. I thought they was going to be on. They might have been on and dropped off. I'm not for sure. But they were out in Nebraska. And they had been under Alicia Israel teachings and Brother Elkanah from Atlanta teachings. And the brother Yehuda had been listening to some of our recordings. And he said he'd been listening to some of our recordings for a few months now. And he is in total... I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Well, he told me that he is in total agreement with our teachings. And he ran the teachings to Moray Elkanah from Atlanta. And Moray Elkanah will not even pick up the phone no more. The man told me that he has spoken to Moray Elkanah for over 30 times within the last 2 years, talking on the phone. Since he done gave the brother a lesson of ours and told the brother what we are teaching, the brother is not answering Brother Yehuda's phone no more, a phone call no more. Ain't that something?
Yes, it is. That's bad.
But it's in a sense, it's bad. Go ahead, sir.
No, he just doesn't have an answer.
That's it. He don't have an answer. But I was going to agree that it is bad, but in a sense it's good. Because it might allow the brothers and sisters to know, hold up, this man ain't telling the truth. Because when I brought him the words of the Most High, he done stopped answering the phone. But when I agreed with him and everything he was teaching me, he'll pick up the phone every time I call him. But now that I'm showing it something different than what he teach, he's afraid to answer the phone. That is terrible.
Yeah, no fear. I had to walk away from him myself.
Say what again, sister?
I had to walk away from him myself. I had even asked Sister Benya years ago to speak to him, and she did, and he wouldn't budge. So I just walked away, and I've been listening to you ever since.
Is that Brother Elkanah from Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep. I didn't look back.
Well, yeah. So that what happened was the Almighty released you from the congregation of the dead. That's all He did. He saved you from the congregation of the dead. That's all He did.
Absolutely right. Hallelujah.
They hanging up on His words, so they can't be representing Him if they hanging up on His words.
Yeah.
Says He returned to hear from Him, even His prayer to be an abomination.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want y'all to know that the Almighty Word is working. And these presentations we putting together and sharing with the people is truly getting to the people, and many people are waking up to this truth. And they have been under the so-called master teachers, and they are waking up to this truth.
Hallelujah.
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 Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any more comments, questions, I would like to praise Yahweh again by saying hallelujah, and his mercy endures forever. And I would like to thank the listening audience for lending an ear that you may hear and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We will end the presentation by reading Psalms 105. Psalms 105 for us all. And it tells us in Psalms 105 what we just went over. And it tells us, if we pick up at the very first verse, these words. Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh. Call upon his name. Make known his deeds among the people, as we do each and every week. Sing unto him. Sing psalms unto him. Talk ye of all his wondrous works. Glory ye in his holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek Yahweh. Seek Yahweh in his strength. Seek his face evermore. Remember his marvelous works that he hath done, his wonders, and the judgments of his mouth. Don't forget them. O ye seed of Abraham, his servant, ye children of Jacob, his chosen. He is Yahweh, our Elohim. His judgments are in all the earth. He hath remembered his covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. Which covenant, and note what covenant is talking about, not the law. It says, which covenant he made with Abraham, and his oath unto Isaac, and confirmed the same unto Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant, saying, and to thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. When they were but a few men in number, yea, very few, and strangers in it, when they went from one nation to another, from one kingdom to another people, he suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sake, saying, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Moreover, he called for a famine upon the land. He brake the whole staff of bread. He sent a man before them, even Joseph, who was sold for a servant, whose feet they hurt with feathers, and he was laid in iron, until the time that his word came. The word of Yahweh tried him. The king sent and loosed him, even the rulers of the people, and let him go free. He made him master of his house and ruler of all his substance, to bind his princes at his pleasure and teach his senators wisdom. Israel also came into Egypt, and Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. And he increased his people greatly and made them stronger than their enemies. He turned their hearts to hate his people, to deal subtilly with his servant. He sent Moses his servant and Aaron who he had chosen. They showed his signs among them and wonders in the land of Ham. He sent darkness and made it dark, and they rebelled not against his word. He turned the waters into blood and slew their fish. Their land brought forth frogs in abundance in the chambers of their kings. He speaked, and there came divers sorts of flies, and lice in all their coasts. He gave them hail for rain, and flaming fire in their land. He smote their vines also, and their fig trees, and brake the trees of their coasts. He speaked, and the locusts came, and caterpillars, and that without number, and did eat up all the herbs in their land, and devoured the fruit of their ground. He smote also all the firstborn in their land, the chief of all their strength. He brought them forth also with silver and gold, and there was not one feeble person among their tribes. Egypt was glad when they departed, for the fear of them fell upon them. He spread a cloud for a covering, and fire to give light in the night. The people asked, and he brought quails, and satisfied them with the bread of heaven. He opened the rocks, and the water gushed out. They ran in the day like a river. And he did all these things for what? It tells us in the 42nd verse, for he remembered his holy promise, and Abraham his servant, and he brought forth his people with joy, and his chosen with gladness, and he gave them the lands of the heathen, and they inherit the labors of the people. To do what? That they might observe his statutes and keep his laws. So what you just read from the 42nd verse to the 45th verse, he remembered his holy promise with Abraham, his servant, and he brought forth his people with joy, and his chosen with gladness, and he gave them the lands of the heathens. Why? And they inherit the labors of the people. Why? That they, the children of Israel, might observe his statutes and keep his laws. And he ended by saying, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah. Shalom, family.
Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.